Hello, everyone. Welcome to TBRathon weekend for May. We have a guest and we're experimenting with that guest. Katie, thank you so much for being my guinea pig. I really appreciate you. We're testing things out, so feel free to let us know not only what you're doing in the comments, whether you're doing TBRathon, Escape the Readathon. I think Goober Readathon is happening. There's a few others I've heard in the grapevine. Also let us know if stream quality feels wonky, if you can't hear or see one or both of us, if you can't see us or you know what, it's not going to help. we'll GH from the comments if nothing's happening. But thank you all so much for hanging out with us today. Katie, thank you so much for being my guinea pig. I really do appreciate it.
I'm happy. It's funny because the whole reason I seemed discombobulated is because there was a delay, so I didn't know that you had started already. So I was like, "Oh, we're on. Okay, hello."
Yeah.
But this is intriguing. It is fun. I pulled out the chat from YouTube, so that's kind of fun. So I think I won't get distracted by this over here. But basically, if you see me being delayed, oh well. Just follow Leandra's lead.
Yeah, it's usually about I don't even know. Sometimes it's like a 30-second delay. Sometimes it seems like it's only 10 seconds. Also, the comments should pop up on screen for oh, there it is. As soon as I said it, I can see the comments popping up on screen, which is great. So lovely for everyone to kind of keep up with what we're seeing, at least, because it's a lot of tabs open. I'll tell you that, which kind of matches my brain at the moment. Things are happening, and so we're juggling everything. But it's really lovely to see everybody commenting and able to kind of hang out with us, participating in TBRathon and Escape the Readathon. Very nice. Rooting for the astronomers. I understand. I am an engineer, as is Katie.
So and is Adam, who is here too. We have a house full of engineers.
Lovely. I appreciate it. Thank you, Adam, for the support. Sticking with your wife. I like to see it. Very nice. But Katie, what are you reading today?
So earlier this morning, I was reading Half City, which I'm hoping to get another 5% of this done. I might do it later. But yeah, it's real pretty. It's real
I was going to say that the sprayed edges, the cover in general is really beautiful.
It's because it's fairy loot. So
yeah.
But hoping to do 5% more of that. I finished Out of Her League this morning, and then obviously I will be reading. Hold on, is called. I always get it wrong. Where I always want to say I think it's the girls before, and I haven't read any more since I told you about it yesterday. So I'm 12% in.
Okay.
And can I dare I say finish it today? That would be awesome.
Crossing my fingers. I'd love to as well. We'll see what happens. And the thing is the reason why I kind of led Katie into that question is because I'm reading it with her. We're buddy reading. Yahoo!
Which nobody would ever think.
Yeah, I know. Well, especially because it's a rare author where we both have enjoyed her in the past. For those who know both of us, and if you don't know Katie, you should know who Katie is. I think I failed to include her in. I wonder. I might have failed to put you in the description. If so, I'm going to change that in the first sprint. But we've had a rocky road where I'll like someone you won't, you'll like someone I won't, and we're just like, where is the center of our Venn diagram? It's a tiny one. It's a little tiny Venn diagram, but we're hoping that Kate Ellis Marshall does it again. You're 12% in. Okay. Yeah. I haven't started it yet. What are you feeling? Is it just kind of the setup so far? Nothing crazy is happening?
So far, I'm feeling good.
Okay.
I was a little confused, which might have been my own problem because I might have been a little distracted. My bad. I do get a similar-esque setup as a Good Girl's Guide to Murder. I don't want to go too far into it, but basically the moral of the story is very close to the main character, and it's very the mission of the story is very personal to her, and it kind of gave me the same vibe of anyways, I don't know yet. I'm interested, I'm intrigued. But I don't know, we're supposed to really like one of these girls. The point is, we're supposed to try and find her. I don't know that I like her. So...
Oh, so you don't know if we even want to find her.
Of course I want to be good and say, yes, of course. But also...
Yeah.
I know that she felt like a very good friend. So maybe this is going to be a story about, friendships, too. About the idea of friendship. But I do think everybody deserves to be found, of course. But yeah, I think it's too early for me to know. But to be fair, we also do know with Kate Alice Marshall, I think she writes a lot of characters that are unlikable. Like, majority of her characters were like, ooh, I don't know.
Is it What Lies in the Woods that we both read? That one had like an unlikable friend group for different reasons, but I do think our main character who we followed, I like it when you can be like, okay, they've done some things, maybe they're a part of they're a part of the group, so they've allowed for bad things to happen, but maybe they're not the ringleader. Like, they're a morally gray character. That's when I can be like, okay, as long as our narrator isn't terrible, and I'm just like, I don't want to be in this person's head. It's the worst. So yeah. Oh, Katie has an echo.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say that. I was just gonna say it. You were faster than me.
Yeah, let me see if you know what it is. It does say guest video is on. So let me see if I can turn that off. How about we try that? Thanks, everybody. This working on OBS and having a guest. It's worked out so far, but it has got its little tweaks and things. So I did turn off I turned off your sound in, basically what's happened is I turned off your sound in OBS. And so then we're hearing you through our little private room that we've got. Oh my gosh, wait, I think I got my first membership little comment. Oh my gosh. Hello, Bree. Sent 5 Leandra. Oh my gosh, you sent 5 Leandra the TBR0 gift memberships? Holy moly. Thank you so much. And it shows who you shared it with. We're also learning new things. Oh my goodness gracious. I've never seen that before. Katie, you have YouTube memberships. So you're like, so everyone, if people want to join Katie's, feel free. She's far more of the expert. I just switched to YouTube membership. So I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing, but oh my gosh, thank you so much, Brie. That's so nice of you. Oh, and then Asurla, you got a gifted sub. Oh my gosh. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting very distracted. That is so cool. Thank you so much, Brie. But yeah, so did you see if people said that the audio is good now with Katie? Let me see. OBS can be tricky.
But I would assume they would let us know if it still was bad.
Yeah, I feel like, it would continue being like, hello. Listen, all of us in our lives.
You didn't hear me at all.
Oh no. Yeah, what the heck is going? Oh, so she just got quiet. I see. Okay. You know what it is? Maybe I can turn up your volume. That might be too high. Okay, I turned it. Okay, we'll see if it's too loud. I turned it up to 140%.
Oh gosh, now I'm in echo. This is fascinating.
Okay,
but she's very quiet.
Okay, so her sound now is really quiet. The echo before was not so bad. Okay, let me see if I can, I'll turn up a little bit more and we'll see how people feel. And if it feels like you're the loudest, that you're like uber loud, then maybe we can figure it out.
The good news is too is I can talk in small doses.
Yeah.
This was the thing that happened before. No, still quiet.
Can hardly hear her now. I think the easiest way to fix it is to turn it back on the way you had it, but use headphones because your mic is picking it up. Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe I can switch over to headphones. So let's see here. This first sprint, friends, is us working together and figuring out how to do all of this. So, okay, let me switch over to headphones. I've got my headphones right here, which is perfect. Okie doke. Let's do this. Left. I know my left from my right. Okay. And then let me turn Katie back on. How is that going now? We'll see. I wonder if you'll continue to hear the echo or not.
I don't know. Hello. It's me again.
How are we doing, friends? Can you hear Katie once? We love to have more than one Katie, but maybe not in this one instance. Yeah, that is true. I could have turned up your video volume, I suppose. That could have been. But I think I did do that.
Better. We did it.
Yay! Okay, thank
Okay.
goodness. Thank you for the tip. Bree coming in clutch, not just sharing gifted members, but also with the facts about. I wondered if I would have to wear headphones. I wasn't sure if that was going to be the way to go, but lovely. Okay, now she's sounding much better. Perfect. Okay. Lovely. Well, yeah, so the plan today is for us to go right up until, we'll see if we can manage it, but right up until Mel is sprinting for Escape the Readathon. Now, according to my time zone, she's about let me see here, it's 7:30 that she's starting, so about 5.5 hours from now. So that's probably when we'll send you all over. I've set up a redirect as well. So if you're here for the long haul with all of us, then I think we're good to go. And the plan is also for us to go for hour-long sprints. But Katie, I know that you've been sprinting all day as well, so hopefully you're able to continue get some productivity done. But don't feel as though you need to. You can take some chill sprints. I'm just happy to have you for company. But yeah, perfect. On that note, friends, I feel as though we actually might as well just jump into our first sprint, get ourselves settled, and yeah, we will see everybody in about an hour. Bye, everybody. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm going to get my headphones on so I can hear the beautiful Katie. Let us know how you did in the comments, what you got up to. I know that a handful of people joined. It was lovely to see you guys. Katie, I can hear you. How did your sprint go?
Good. I got a little distracted because my mom wanted to talk, and so I listened to, I don't know, maybe a chapter, maybe. So currently I'm at, it's loading, 19%. So I think I read 3% more. So not too bad.
Okay. I am still behind you, which isn't surprising because I just started it on the sprint. I am about 11% in.
Easy. And so that's so fast.
Yeah, it is going by pretty fast. I'm so close to being done with chapter 4. And I feel as though it sounds as though we've got a dual POV going. So 2 different perspectives. And then there's a past timeline. Well, not a past timeline, but there's some things have happened. I don't know how up to date we are with the past or the person who's taken. We're in her perspective sometimes. And I'm like, okay, where are we at with her? I feel as though I'm not far enough to know too much about her. But clearly there's been like a string of missing girls in the past. Our main character feels possibly guilty about an old friend or someone that she knows that she missed. So that is something interesting. So it's been a very easy listen, I guess, is what I can say about that. So, yeah.
Yes, agreed. So basically, I got confused at first because I was like, wait a minute, what is the difference between these two? And then obviously one is the point of view of somebody who has been taken and one is not. So, yeah, that's it. That's all I got.
Yeah. I don't think it's not a bad book, but it's also not a book that I'm like, what is happening next? But we're trying to figure out what's going on. I think that the social commentary on missing girls will probably be quite strong and good. So those are my thoughts at the moment. So we'll see what happens. I also ended up starting a scarf.
Beautiful color.
Thank you. It's left over from my blanket back there that I made. And so making progress while I listen to this audiobook. I see that quite a few people have made some progress themselves, whether it be getting chores done, setting up for reading, and a lot of percentages are being thrown in. So let's see, Deb made it to 25% in The Perfect Stranger. Looks like Exhausted Flamingo worked on planner stuff, read some The Poisoned Daughter. Hear a nap calling. People take naps. I would totally support that. That sounds good. 48% into Play You For It. Ooh. Took a shower, started a load of laundry. Lovely, Jen. Also, welcome. Glad to have you. Let's see, Issa, listen to 10% of your book. Some progress with your own crochet. Love that I've got some other crochet people in the comments. I don't know what I'm going to do with this scarf. I know that Mother's Day is coming, so maybe I can gift my mom this.
Oh,
yeah, that's what I thought. If she's in the chat, sometimes she shows up. It's not a surprise anymore. But Mom, I'm making you a scarf. Yeah. Just forget about that. Forget that I said it. Let's see. 33 pages, 43 pages, 28. You all are reading so much. Oh my gosh, amazing. 11% into The Heart Principle. And then, Judith put your son to bed. I'm glad that worked out. Oh, good question, Sam. So we are reading The Girls Before. So I don't have the book. Let me see here. I can probably add it to the screen quick. It might not. Let's see. The Girls Before. It's going to be big, friends. So prepare yourselves. Bam. And then I'm going to make it nice and tiny. There we go. This is what we're reading right now. Okay, we'll lock that in. Yeah, so it's by Kate Alice Marshall, who writes thrillers for adults, but then she'll write horror for middle grade. I feel like she writes YA as well, but I don't know what genre, if she does. It's really interesting to consider authors who are able to write across genres, but also across age categories. I feel as though there's probably others who write certain genres at certain age categories, but I can't remember anyone else beyond Kate Alice Marshall who's known for doing that.
Yeah, I know. So Emily Henry, I know writes YA too, but I know hers are still romance, so not cross genre. I don't know. I mean,
yeah, or different like names, like they might have different pen names for certain genres. Like I know Shauna Maguire is like that as Myra Grant, and then who else? T. King Fisher. Doesn't T. King Fisher write under her actual name for middle grade, or was that?
maybe.
She's written some narratives under her real name.
There's also that one lady, oh gosh, Rachel Hawkins is also somebody else. She writes, so her thrillers are Rachel Hawkins, and then her Aaron Sterling. So like the witchy books, she did those.
Okay. Oh, you know what? Another one, isn't it Laura Lamb? I write sometimes under L.R. Lamb. Like I think Laura Lamb, she published under her like sci-fi horror, and then L.R. Lamb might be her like fantasy romance or something like that. Something to that. Okay, T. King Fisher has written elementary books under Ursula Vernon. Ha ha ha! That's what I thought. Lovely. Because I was like, and I kept saying, I'm like, I know her name is Ursula. I can't remember what her last name is. Because I always mix that name up with Ursula K. Le Guin, the like sci-fi author. And so, yep, L.R. Lamb for fantasy. Susie has confirmed as well. I'm glad that we've got our chat is pretty much fact checkers. Like I feel like we say something and then I'm like, okay, the comments will confirm because they will Google. Yeah, for sure.
Also, Susie, this is Cleo. She's extra sleepy because she went to the vet today. So when she gets nail trimmed, she has to have some calming medicine because she's gotten a little spicy.
Yeah, she's like, don't touch my nails.
It's more just like she thinks everybody's a toy. So like even with me, sometimes when I pet her, she'll be like, "Oh my gosh, mom's playing! Like this is so fun." So they did just ask us nicely if we wouldn't mind giving her some stuff to just chill her out a little bit. So once a month, she's a little extra sleepy.
Yeah, how old is she? Actually, about
just a baby. I think she's 5.
Oh my gosh. So yeah, she's still quite playful. And I don't know if she just is, does she just want to play with the vets and the vet techs, or is she kind of like on edge?
It's just how she plays is biting. So like she is a biter. Okay. So like I have many a script. But again, I don't mind it. Like even when we got her, so like when we saw her, they let us know like, hey, when she plays, like she can be a biter, right? But I don't care. I love her. And she unfortunately she does hurt though. Like you know how sometimes you're like, oh, if you just let them bite, like they'll lose the fun. No. She will literally be like, this is the best day of my life.
Yeah, she's like, we're gonna keep going. It's fine. Yeah.
So we just have wands and toys literally everywhere. Because like even sometimes when I'm walking away, she will think my legs are literally like a toy, and she'll be like, "Oh my gosh, get her!" But it's so cute.
See, that actually so I grew up with cats, and one of them, especially when she was a kitten, I had a calico named Jessie, and so when I'd have to like get up to use the restroom at night or something, I'd be like, oh no, she's gonna be like camped out in the kitchen as I've got to cross through. So I used to like wrap my blanket around me as I would walk through the kitchen, and I would hear her like run up and like chase it, and then as soon as I got to like the den where the bathroom was, I'd like set the blanket down, then go to the restroom, wrap myself back up to protect myself as I walked back, because that was her like witching hour. She was totally ready to like just chase everyone around the house after midnight. So I had to protect myself with a fuzzy blanket. Someone did say that they loved your giant Evie. Does she like play with your stuffed animals, or just kind of acknowledge that's something that stays up there, it's not mine?
She doesn't touch those. But yes, that is Bert, and I think I named her Bertha. So Bert is the Mimikyu, right there, and then Bertha is my Evie. Why? No idea. And no, she really only plays with her toys. It's so funny. I used to give my mom grief about how like she doesn't get my cats like toys, and I'm like, Mom, these are my kids. So if you wanna spoil them, when she came to visit this last time, she got them. I'll have to show on next stream, but she got them this cute little basket full of like toys, and it was the cutest thing ever. And they were like obsessed. They were like laying by it and just, so no, they stick to their toys. But this one,
Mm-hmm.
is still learning about scratching on furniture. That's for sure.
Yeah. So do you still have like, is she someone who's like, okay, I'll use the scratching post, but I like the furniture, or she just doesn't really use the
Mhm.
scratching post at all?
No, she will. So like you'll even see like right down here next to this bed, we have like
Mm.
little scratching things. So we have those in every room. We have scratching posts in every room. We have the trees that have the scratching in it.
And yet,
But she really just loves it. So, and it's
mm-hmm.
thankfully nothing she's scratching on is the end of the world. And we know it's part of ownership. So like I'm not worried about it.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously we do our best to just like, stop it. Stop.
Yeah, we love you, but we also love our furniture. Please respect our love for the furniture. Yeah, I'm sure she'll grow out of it or something. She'll figure out like, oh no, I don't need the furniture. I've got scratching posts everywhere.
Thankfully it's not enough to like, in my opinion, like destroy our
Right.
furniture. It's
Mm-hmm.
just unpleasant. But
Mm-hmm.
we,
Mm-hmm.
to me, I'm like, oh well. We used to have
Yeah.
crazy furniture too for Leo to like accommodate him. So like we're used to just being like, whatever is the flow is the flow.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, she is just a baby. It's fine. We love her anyway. One of my dogs does that. Annika says, miss most of the break. That's okay, Temmie. You're here now, reading Cursed City. Oh, we've got another mention. So Dr. Seuss and Louisa May
Oh,
Alcott use different names across audiences as well. I didn't know that. Okay, so Seuss used Theo Lessig for novels. He didn't illustrate. And then Louisa May Alcott used it for her children. Meanwhile, you know what's interesting? There are authors who write across genres, but people don't realize that they've written in other genres. Like I would say, for some reason, that's made me think of A. Milne. Like he wrote a classic mystery, like a well-known, like the Red House mystery, but most people only remember him for Winnie the Pooh, which is turning 100 this year. So if people want to
gosh.
celebrate its centenary, they can. There was another one I was thinking of. This isn't necessarily different because it's a good trajectory for her career. And even though I wasn't a fan of this book, I think it's interesting. The Raven Scholar by Antonia Hodgson. Her career, she started off writing historical like thrillers, mystery thrillers, and now The Raven Scholar, which everyone's really loved, is a fantasy. Like it was like her first fantasy novel that's worked out really well. So it's kind of interesting, and it makes you wonder if she continues with fantasy, she'll become known as a fantasy author, not necessarily like a mystery thriller author. So my cat. Oh, it says my cat completely destroyed a part of my couch. Okay, so yeah, Louise, her cat's industrial. Her cat's
Well, it
ready
can
to.
definitely happen depending on
Yeah.
how fixated they are, but thankfully
Mm-hmm.
I think she's got enough distractions. And then Val also will chase her around the house. So like yeah.
Yeah. And
To answer the
then
question though about sprints, we're
yeah,
ending right before 7:30 Eastern, yes?
yeah. So I'm gonna go for another 4 hours,
Yeah.
Joni. Yeah. And then Nora Roberts writes romance, but uses JD Robb for her crime stuff. That's a good point
That's
too.
interesting.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
I just what I want to know, because a lot more authors are using pen names and stuff like that. I want to know how people pick their names. So
Mm-hmm.
like let's say Nora Roberts is a pen name already, then how do you pick your next name? Like how does that I'm so curious like how they do that. Because
Yeah.
I want to know a question for the chat. What would your guys' pen names be? Because yeah,
Ooh.
I don't know what mine would be personally, but I'm always like, man, isn't that a fun thing to think about?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. I also see. So, just to answer quickly, Jacqueline's question. It's going to be varied. If I'm on schedule, usually it's 5 days after early access is given to my members. So, thanks for asking, Jacqueline. My next video comes out on Monday, and so that's like you'll see on my. I think you'll see that there's a members first video, and it's going to come out on Monday. I don't know if that's going to continue to happen as far as having it the timing, but yeah. And then regarding JD Robb, though, I will say quickly is that I heard that her agent, and the publisher had like a very like purposeful discussion that she should make her pen name androgynous and even sounding a bit masculine in anticipation of like writing for readers who may be men, you know, it being like thrillers, suspense. men might not want to read by a woman who's also known for writing romance on top of that. So I know I don't know how they chose the name, but it does sound like a masculine name as well with like JD Robb. So that's probably
Yeah.
kind of where it went. But yeah, on that note, friends, we just hit 15. So I'm going to throw us into another sprint. A few comments that have come in, I'll check to make sure that if there's any questions, I can answer them and everything like that. But beyond that, thanks for hanging out with us, and we will see you in another hour. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. How did that go for you? Be sure to let us know in the comments. I saw that some people have finished books. Congratulations to those who are probably taking a well-earned rest, maybe perusing their shelves to see what they're picking up next. I ended up getting 24%. I'm still in part 1, the start of chapter 9. Katie, where are you at?
I'm at 28%, so I'm still just a little bit ahead of you.
Slowly catching up. Okay. You know what I will say? I only have one experience with Kate Alice Marshall as far as her adult thrillers. This has a lot of similarities to What Lies in the Woods, like the mentions of the podcast. This time I've heard like a snippet of a podcast. Girls of Youth, Persephone was mentioned, this goddess that they, paid tribute to in What Lies in the Woods. And then for this one, we have this like old wives' tale that may or may not have been created by one of the girls, or at least embellished. And so I'm seeing quite a few parallels between these two books in particular. And I'm also starting to wonder, I'm like, I feel as though the genres that I don't read most often are thriller and romance. So I suppose it doesn't have to be synonymous, but they're, I guess, out of my comfort zone. I think thriller is more out of my comfort zone as far as like story arc, that kind of thing. And so I'm wondering, to those of you in the comments and to you, Katie, is your least read genre or least favorite genre the same as the genre that's most out of your comfort zone? Or would you argue you've got two different answers for that?
No, for me, it's definitely I would say like historical and horror are like two that it's not that I won't pick them up.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that I'm less likely to, or even high fantasy. Like that's the thing is when you need me to turn my brain on to like where I'm studying, you lose me. But but it's one of those things where it's like I'm always open to a recommendation. So if somebody's like, you got to read this book and it's out of my comfort zone, I'll still read it. But it's not something I gravitate towards like picking up.
Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, historical and horror. This is why we're opposites. I mean, that's not my bread and butter, but like I love a historical mystery, and I'm definitely more of a fan of horror. So, interesting. But I do appreciate our main character, who is the counselor searching for people, being part of those rescue teams and that. So I do like her. Mm-hmm. I just don't know about how I feel about the perspectives we're getting from below as it's described. Yeah. It's interesting. It just feels a bit cliche as well. Like, I don't know how much it's adding to the story beyond us being like, this person is in danger and kind of losing her sense of reality.
I will say for me personally, this story hasn't gripped me in quite the way that I feel like the other story has.
Right.
So like, I'm trucking along, but I'm ready. I think this one is way more slow burn, whereas like with the other story, awful things had already happened, and then she returned home and it was like this awkward, weird, everything weird is happening. This one feels a little bit more like, okay, we're unraveling things a little slower. Like what happened homecoming night? What was the fallout?
Yeah.
What's going on? So like I want it to kind of shift and give us a little bit more excitement. Because like, obviously, yes, the below is meant to like create that sense of urgency. But I'm over here still just kind of like, what's going on?
Yeah.
But I disappeared for a little bit. I went on a walk.
Lovely.
So that's where I was. I was worried. I was like, well, worst case scenario, I'll text Leandra and I'll be like, I'm on my way back, but I made it.
No worries. I saw that you went off screen, and I saw you also relaxing with the kitty, allowing her to lick you a little bit when you got back. So
she's the only cat that's ever licked me before. Like Val is not. So like when this happened, I was like, this is the best day of my life. She's the sweetest thing ever. But she's also but she will lick me even when she's not loopy. But yeah.
She's just a little cuddle bug. Yeah. I do see that some people have answered. So for Louisina, sci-fi and romance are probably both out of comfort zone and least read. Horror as well. Definitely open to all genres, says Inzol. Sci-fi is one I read the least, but I'm trying to change that. See that? I love to see that because I'm a big sci-fi reader. Speaking of sci-fi, I see Dragon Tree Emporium finished the Wildcraft Drones. I've pre-ordered this. I've taken a risk. It looks great. I believe it comes out of, is it Steel Tree Press? Something like that. It's the same press that ended up coming out with Green Fuse Burning that I absolutely loved. Emporium, I hope that you loved it. I also see that Judith, 26%, or not percent, 26 pages of The Tainted Cup, and everything is so interesting. It is. Annika, answers aren't necessarily different, but I really don't like historical romance. Love classics, though, but horror and sci-fi is probably most out of my comfort zone. Yeah, like for this question, I was thinking that as far as like tropes you're least aware of, you're least comfortable with. And I suppose maybe the only reason why romance isn't deemed as out of my comfort zone is just because those tropes get discussed so often openly across like book communities. So even though I'm not a big romance reader, I'm aware of the tropes that exist. Even though reading it is out of my comfort zone. I'm more familiar with the lingo. How about that? So quite interesting. But actually, to go back to the girls before, the one thing that I like that you mentioned was it being a slow burn. Because as I was reading this section, it's definitely not as chonky as her books. Her books are very much slow burn, suspense, mystery thriller. But it kind of made me think of like Liz Moore a little bit. So the author of, I read 2 books by her.
So the God of the Woods, that author.
Yeah, God of the Woods, and then what's the river? Something river.
Long Bright River.
Long Bright River. Both of those are slow burn mystery thrillers. I think they lean more thriller than mystery, but they have that kind of slow suspense, and I feel as though that's where we're getting with like the girls before, even though it's a much shorter book, so it's gonna be quick paced by the end. But yeah. Okay. The Wildcraft Drone was amazing. Wrote like a mini novel for my review, just gushing about for those who don't know what this is, the Wildcraft Drone, you've got to look up the cover. The cover is just kind of beautiful, eerie. It looks really interesting. So I'm so happy to hear that. I'm very much anticipating. I think it comes out in mid to late May. So I'm waiting for the book to arrive at my door. Stelliform Press. That's what I was trying to, because Stelliform Press also published Steel Trees, I think. And so that's where I got the confusion from. Let's see here. Getting more into sci-fi after years of mainly liking it animated. I need to read nonfiction books more. Ooh, that might be a good shout. Nonfiction being deemed a bit out of one's comfort zone as far as like not naturally picking it up. I finished my first nonfiction of the year recently, which I was very happy about, for Escape the Readathon. Every Day I Read. It's by the same author of the Welcome to the Hyeonamdong Bookshop. I haven't read it, but I read obviously her nonfiction and I really enjoyed it. It was quite a quick read, and I'm still working on Cast, for those who are wondering. Just slowly working through that book. But it's also a good point that sometimes you're more comfortable in a different type of media. So with horror, actually, I'm more comfortable reading it. I used to watch horror, can't do it anymore. I don't want to watch a horror film. I will read it though. And so it is kind of interesting to compare that as far as like a movie or a TV show might be a certain genre that you'll read or watch, but then we won't do the vice versa. So, oh, that's good to know. So your review of Wildcraft Drone is spoiler-free. Lovely. Also need to read more nonfiction that isn't a memoir. Because that's also a good point. Those are a little bit different. Colleen. Yeah.
Most of my nonfiction are memoirs, most of them.
I know. I usually lean memoir or like environmental lit. Like I won't go in any other direction typically, or just something that might be it's not political, but like socioeconomic, sociocultural, that obviously is inherently political, if we're going to be honest. But actually, another thing that seeing Colleen's name has reminded me, because I'm pretty sure it was Colleen who mentioned this. So with Girls Before, I am reading this for Map of Stories in TBRathon. The reason we've all been brought here today, whether you're participating in it or not. And I'm actually able to read Girls Before, thanks to Katie bringing it up, saying we should buddy read it because it's perfect for me for Dead Man's Cabin, which is the thriller location. And that was the one that I was like, what am I going to read in May? Because I've decided to just follow in that order. And I think I'm going to get the Rose badge for it. It counts because it's got, it's a standalone. And it has all caps, because that's something I was noticing when I was creating these prompts, that thrillers are known for having all cap titles, I think, a lot of times on their covers. Not always, but there's a lot of them where the author and the title are all capital letters, I found. So I was like, it can work for you. Or it'll be the cursive, the handwriting. I think that's quite thriller cover as well. But people can let me know if they disagree in the comments. Yeah, Every Day I Read was great, Susie. I agree. It was just lovely, thoughtful, calming. I use the same words as you. It was like 53 ways to incorporate more reading into your life, something in that fashion. They were little mini essays. It was really lovely. And
I
then
love the
100.
cover. It's so bright, and like I saw the cats. I'm a fan.
Yes, with like the bookshelves and the desk, and yeah, and actually at the beginning of each book, or at the beginning of each book, at the beginning of each chapter, there's a little animated cat like next to the number, and like sometimes it's a calico, which of course is my near and dear, and then sometimes it's another type of cat. It's very cute, so it's really lovely. And I want to say that might have been her first book. I think she might have published Welcome to the Hyunamdong Bookshop after, but I could be completely wrong. I know that the nonfiction was just published, but I think she wrote it in Korean in 2017.
Yeah, so according to Storygraph, it says that it was first published in 2021.
Oh, okay.
And then the other book, it looks like 2022 was when it was first published. The Welcome to the Bookshop one. So maybe it's because they were indie published before, and now she's with, or they're
possibly.
with Yeah, maybe I could be wrong.
Well, you know what? I know that when I was reading it, there was an updated author's like note in an introduction. So I do think it's been republished because it said it was first published in 2017, but that might have been the Korean and a different publisher. Mm-hmm. I think you're right. Yeah. I think there was like an updated introduction or something to that effect. It looks
like both have been updated. So like it looks like the bookshop one came out again, like re-released last year, and then it looks like this one came out October, or not, sorry, gosh, not last year, 2024 for the last one. This one was Every Day I Read was 2025.
Listen, 2025, it's last year, but it wasn't a year ago. And so I do feel as though if we're thinking like a year ago, I'm thinking 2024 still, even though a year ago was 2025. Anyway, yeah.
I just realized that I don't even know. Time is so weird. Adam and I were just talking about it because we realized that come this December, we've lived in our apartments, like on this plot of whatever for a decade.
Oh, and my gosh.
Weird. Yeah. So we're ready to move. But I'm like, wow, 10 years, that's crazy.
Yeah. Like you're just like very moved in. You're like, it's a very lived in. You've got all your stuff. It's been there. Or does it feel like, it doesn't feel like you've been here that long?
We've bounced around apartments. So like when we first moved here, we lived in a 1-bedroom and then we lived in a different one. So I think this is our third apartment on the property. But
oh my gosh, interesting. Okay, so you just like moved in different places within the building.
So there's multiple buildings. There's like probably 8 or 9 buildings on the property. But we had to move last time because our neighbors upstairs were super loud. And I was like distraught. So we now moved to an upper about 2 years ago, I think. So
yeah. I will say I've had the luxury of always being above neighbors. Like right now I'm on the top floor, and so I haven't had to deal with what could be above me or whatever that is. Yeah,
it's it can be unpleasant, but it is part of apartment living. So like I try my hardest to be a good neighbor, but like I'm sure I do things that upset people too, but I try my best.
Yeah,
I'm mostly just a hermit, just reading, but like
yeah, seriously. I mean, that's why I'm like, if I'm quite quiet, so whoever's below me, they probably don't feel like they're a lower floor person because they can't hear me. At least I'm assuming they can't hear me. Maybe they can, and they're just like, who is she always talking to? And it's like, the internet. I was like, my friends on the internet. Exactly. And then, so I see there's a mention of that they translated it after her novel was successful too. So there's a few dates going around when we're talking about translations too. But yeah, and on that note, friends, we've got 20 seconds on the clock for this chat. So we're going to jump back in. We'll go for another hour. And once again, at this point, We have 2.5 hours left on the stream. For those who are wondering who also just joined, hello, friends who just joined. I see some people have just woken up, and we're happy to have you. So we'll see you in about an hour.
Oh, whoops.
Hey everyone, welcome back. How did that sprint go? I know that we saw some people mentioning a nap. They got distracted, didn't necessarily read. Quite a few people went to bed because, over in Europe, certain parts of Africa, it's nighttime for them. It's probably bedtime. But yeah, let us know how much progress you made in that sprint. Katie, what did you get up to? Because for those who don't know, Katie and I agreed that we are going to take a break on the Girls Before and kind of switch tasks just because we were ready for something new. So what did you end up getting up to?
Yeah, so I think I read a couple percent before we made that decision. I don't know. I didn't look. And then I had to play like I had to do my own mystery solving because one of my library cards was expired, but I have 3 in the state of Minnesota. So I had to figure out, because like when you nanny, you can ask them if you can like use your card for their services and they just put you in their system. So I had to figure out which one. So which 2 of them wouldn't be the end of the world because they're relatively close. But the other one, I do go there because I still visit the family all the time, but it is much farther. So thankfully I called and it was a close one. And the librarian said that they updated my Libby so I can use it for the rest of the month, but they want me to come in at the end of the month. And I was like, I can do that.
Okay, so nice. Yeah. So I don't know. For those who don't know, I live in the state of Pennsylvania and I have e-cards for Philadelphia and Pittsburgh because they allow any state resident to do that. Not sure if that is something in other states. You guys can let us know. Do you take advantage of multiple Libby cards like Katie and I do? Because it's a game changer. I'll tell you that right now. One library, the hold might be like 16 weeks. Somewhere else, 2 weeks. And I'm like, well, I'm going to put myself on hold over here instead. So it's quite nice.
Well, we have that. So like Adam and I technically share. So we have those.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have Broward County Library, Queens Public Library, and Orange County Library. So the other ones we do pay for though. But the nice thing is with Orange County Library, we pay for it, but we also get Hoopla then, which we don't have access to otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
So, and what's nice is because Adam and I split it and he only listens to audiobooks, it just really helps because it's really hard to get kind of like physical audiobooks like at your library.
Mm-hmm.
And so getting some of those bigger libraries has just opened the doors.
Oh, I cannot agree more. Yeah, because I know Pittsburgh also has Hoopla. My local library has Hoopla as well. So I'm able to add that. And they give you like movies too if you don't want to use the audiobooks, or if it's actually quite great if your library is able to provide it. So yeah, and I see that some people in the comments are already saying like, yes, multiple library cards is amazing. Have like 6 from all the networks in Mass. Amazing. Yeah, I do think that Massachusetts is known for providing quite a few like accessible. And even if you are paying for like a yearly, an annual subscription or library card out of state, it usually is, if you're using it quite frequently, you're supporting a library and you're really not spending that much. So
I would pay more.
Yeah.
For me, what was funny is what I used to spend in Everand, for a yearly subscription, I just did that to get the card. And I was like, what a win. And I feel so good about it. So personally, if you're ever on the fence of it, it is such a great way to support libraries, but then also like it's a win-win.
Yeah, because it actually does act like a subscription, with Everand or even like with Spotify that gives you a certain number of hours per month. Like if you don't already have those for different reasons, just treating it like a library that has those funds allocated towards services, programs, physical books on their shelves, maintenance. So, if that's something that you're considering, it's quite great. If you don't have access to, any free Libby or Hoopla services at your own library. I also see, so let's see, Jacqueline says, only use 1 library card for Libby because I can check out 10 and hold for 20, can keep for 21 days. That's actually another thing. I think another friend of mine who lives in a different state, and she lives in a very large library system, and I think she has 50 borrows, 50 holds. And I was like, well, then maybe you don't need other library cards in that case. So I totally understand. Yeah, for sure. Georgia has the GA Pines, but outside of my local library, most of my loans comes from the non-resident cards I pay for. Okay, yeah. So another person, yeah. Oh, and also donate $1 to the local library at the end of the year. That's lovely.
But she said
Um,
but they said for each book they borrowed during the year. That's so cool.
Oh, yeah. So, and I'm sure very big patrons at the library. We even, so at our library too, we'll get people who just donate because we don't have late fees. Not all libraries have removed that feature, but usually if someone's like, oh, I'm so sorry, this book is late. And we're like, well, we don't have late fines, but you can always donate in general if you're feeling badly. And so they'll put like a 5 or a 10 in there. And I'm like, thank you so much. So yeah, it's great to support your library when you can. Having multiple library cards is so worth it, especially when a book is not available at one of them. You can just switch to another one for sure, especially those who live in quite small areas. Like for mine, our library system is quite small. We only have like 6 or 7 branches. So to have, oh no, that just disgusted me. Maybe it's just that simple. It's that natural. Oh, and now
I was like, just take myself out. Bye.
Yeah, I was like, Katie's ghosted herself again. She's like, nope, bye. It's too much.
I used to work with kids. What did you truly think was going to happen when you said that?
Well, the thing is I didn't even get it, and I think I did do this, and then I saw you do it, and I'm like, you matched me. I said the devil's language, the devil's numbers. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like, but unfortunately it's like ingrained in me now to just do it. So sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm actually glad that happened because I wouldn't have even noticed. And yeah, I just did a meme of sorts. Boo, Katie.
Thanks, Sarah. Love you.
Oh gosh, too good though. You probably just like saw my frozen face. Sure.
So she's so sick of it. She's like, get it away from me, which is hilarious because I get to hang out with Sarah next month. I can't wait to bother her. Like, I can't wait.
Yeah, you're like, you think you're getting away from all of your children's memes and phrases. No, Katie's going to make sure you don't forget them. You're not going to get a break from them. Yeah.
I'm going to be young and with it.
But let's see, what else? So much of my manga. What'd you say?
What did you do?
Oh,
you never shared.
Yeah, I always forget to tell people what I'm doing. So I ended up continuing my scarf, making progress there, because I wanted to finish the chapter I was on. I think I finished chapter 9. And then I ended up picking up Platform Decay by Martha Wells. It's the 8th book in the Murderbot series. It comes out actually in a few days. I think it comes out on Tuesday. I ended up getting an ARC for it, and I'm finally picking it up. And so I'm 42% of the way through. And Murderbot has had to face a few surprising things in this one that it's never experienced before. So for those who are looking for a little bit of excitement and maybe a change in pace and everything, it's definitely been asked to grapple with some new conflicts, which is very exciting. I'm not sure how many people here are excited about the new Murderbot book. How many of you are caught up? Because, I mean, it is 8 books now at this point. With that said, they're all quite short. So for those who are interested, they can definitely pick it up. The first 4 books are novellas anyway.
Yeah, so many people have talked about it. I have not yet ventured into that realm, but a lot of people talk about it.
Well, you know what? Even if you're not interested in the book series, I've heard, people can also let me know because I haven't actually seen it, but I've only heard good things about the adaptation, the TV series. I want to say it's on Apple TV, which of course restricts it. So if you don't have Apple TV, you can't watch it. I'm pretty sure, at least in the U.S., I think it's Apple TV. But it sounds like is it one of the Skarsgård brothers? He plays Murderbot. Yeah, I don't know which one's which. It's not the one who played it. It's one of the other ones.
He is the one that did Tarzan and was in Big Little Lies. I want to say it is Alex. It's Alexander.
Okay. Well. Yeah. So I've heard good things. I've heard good things that, I mean, I guess the Skarsgård brothers, they're great actors, but I've heard that the series does a great job. Like when you imagine him in the role, you're like, yeah, it's good. And True Blood. Apparently he's in True Blood. That is another one I've heard. Okay.
Eric. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting, yeah. Oh, it's the best as Murderbot. So Judith says that it's great. So excited for the new Murderbot. Yes, I know the series is really great. And for those who are wondering, I'm not going to give anything away because I wouldn't want to spoil anything. But it does continue the second arc. So books 1 through 4 are kind of its own story arc, and then it wraps up really nicely. And then this is the continuation of books 5 and 7. I don't say 6 because that one is a standalone murder mystery, and it happens before book 5, so it's a whole thing. But yeah, so like basically we are kind of continuing that story arc, not in a way that you'd expect, because we're not on that particular planet, but we do have a continuation through that second arc. And then have read through the full-length novel. Okay, so you've read through the 5th book. Very nice, Sarah. Read book 1 of Murderbot series last month while I was flying home from a trip. It was great, so I'm looking forward to read more. Yes, Samantha, amazing. So Leandra, why are you talking about the 3 holes in the ground? What am I saying?
I said, well.
Oh, did I say well 3 times? No, oh gosh.
I was confused too, where I was like, Leander, you are? I was like, maybe you are, and I just can't comprehend.
Well, I was like, first 6, 7, now 3 holes. I'm like, what's this? I was like, well, what is this trend that I'm not aware of? Okay.
I don't know.
Oh, too funny. Okay, we got you, Ben. Yeah. Well, I was about to say well done. I was going to give you a 4th one, and I did anyway. Didn't Adam read some of the Murderbot books? Tennille asks.
I think first 2 or maybe 3.
He said maybe the first 2 or 3.
Okay, yeah. It's quite
track.
Yeah, and the thing is, they're so quick and easy. Like, even I ended up rereading books 1 through 3 when I was continuing, because I was like, I need to remember who these people are and what's going on. And they're only like 4-hour long audiobooks, so it's pretty easy. My question is, not to bring Adam back into the conversation, but there's the graphic audios and there's the regular audios. Does he remember which version he read? Because there's also a difference for audiobook listeners.
So graphic audio usually has more sound. Okay.
Yeah, I know what they are. Okay. I'm listening to a graphic audio right now.
Of the Murderbot, though?
No.
Well, that's what we were asking, though.
But I'm pretty sure it's just the standard.
Okay, yeah.
He's an avid reader now. He gives me like a run for my money.
Mm-hmm. Like, it's gonna be his BookTube channel soon. Yeah.
I joke that because we're actually gonna have him film. So when we do part of the read along to get ready for ACOTAR 6, he's gonna read the Crescent City books, and I was like, we're filming it, and because I was like, what could I do?
So cute. Yeah, that'll be fun.
We'll see. We'll see how he feels, but I have to edit them, so yikes. But yeah,
just add it to the fun. Yeah, I have heard people have enjoyed the graphic ones. I prefer Kevin R. Free, the non-graphic audio ones. I like his voice. He's also, for those who are fans of Welcome to Night Vale, he was Kevin in the first few seasons, which is quite fun and weird to hear his voice in that. Mainly, I feel like I don't mind the graphic ones, but when I was immersively reading, you could see that things were taken out for certain sentences, and it just was jarring me because I need like what's on the paper to match what's in my ears. But graphic audio ones are really well done. I've heard, for those who enjoy them. I
think graphic could be good for like a reread, maybe. Like once I've already consumed it.
Mm-hmm. A bit more cinematic too, for sure. And it just depends, because obviously some can be like super graphic in the sense that there's like, you're hearing like the jingling in their pocket, you're hearing them bite an apple, them panting, or whatever's going on. Because they're running, not anything explicit. But you know what I mean?
Whatever.
Like, whatever, who knows?
Not my place to judge.
Yeah, or it could just be something like the sound of like the train whistle. Like it just depends on how graphic they want to be, and it can be distracting for people or overstimulating. So it's always good if they can provide both. But I do see some differences. So some people say like, oh yeah, I prefer the graphic ones, the non-graphic audiobooks for sure. The one thing that is interesting is that I've always experienced them as audiobooks, and because I have the arc for the 5th or for the 8th book, I don't have a voice in my head, and I'm like, there should be. Like, I can't do the voice justice because Murderbot's voice isn't Leandra. It's actually Kevin R. Free in my brain. So it feels a bit silent as I'm reading. And then, oh yeah, always get so distracted by graphic audio, so can't listen to any. Totally understandable. It's nice to have both options. Sometimes it can't be done, but when there are, it helps all types of readers. Loved the graphic audio of Tom's Crossing. Yes, I wasn't a fan of Elantra's graphic audio, all the murmuring and sounds on the background. I really couldn't listen to that one. Yeah, even comics are getting graphic audio. I've noticed that like graphic novels will have like an audio book, and I'm like, oh, interesting, as far as like how that experience goes. But
Cat gamer. No, I'm like, I know it's
cat
a manga,
gamer.
but like,
Can you imagine the meows?
oh, it'd be the cutest thing that's ever
purring.
happened to me. Oh, also, Leandra, I got something. I know we're gonna go into a sprint, but I got
Yeah,
something
no,
and I
good.
thought of you when I bought it. Okay, hold on.
Me?
Well, first of all, I also have all the way up to volume 8 in Cat Gamer, by the way. But then I convinced Adam we needed this for our birthday.
Oh my gosh, I hope you love it. It's really heartwarming and slice of life. And yeah, you're
I'm
gonna have to let
saving
me
it for
know.
amazing. So, but so I can binge all my manga and everything, because you know, if I'm gonna read it, I want it to count for lots of points. So, but I thought of you and I was like, yay, okay.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Dinosaur Sanctuary, for those who want to start manga, that and Cat Gamer, I think those are good entry points for those who just kind of want slice of life graphic novels. And I just read volume 7 of that not long ago, and it was really lovely to be back into it. And speaking of, last thing we'll say, speaking of back into amazing readathon, mark your calendars for June. Bree, who was in the comments, who gifted 5 random people memberships by the kindness of her heart, because she's so lovely. She's also bringing back Amazing Readathon. So make sure that you check her out for Pause in a Book. She was here earlier. Don't expect her to be here now. I don't need her to be here to sing her praises. But yeah, so make sure to mark your calendars if you want to join that readathon, because it's super fun. But yes, so as you said, Katie, thank you for that segue. We're about to enter our final sprint, but if you want more sprints, this isn't the final one of the day. It's just the final one on this channel. I have set up a redirect to Melanor Reads. It's Escape the Readathon, but anyone can join. Obviously, they're just public sprints, and you can join in the fun while everyone else is trying to escape this dang readathon. So yeah. Thanks everybody for being here, though. We'll have a short chat when we get back. So this isn't goodbye entirely. But if you do have to leave during the sprint, no worries. Okay, we'll see everybody in an hour. Bye. Welcome back from that final sprint. Once again, once this stream ends, we're going to be sending you over to Mel, so you don't have to go anywhere. If you just hold tight, YouTube will do its thing. But I hope you've had a great day with us today, friends, whether you've been in and out, just arrived in the last sprint. I do see quite a few people made some significant progress. Kendra made it to 75%. Bethany finished her book, took a break to eat. Totally good. But now you're back to reading. Perfect. Just in time for Mel's sprints. Let's see here. 63%. Definitely ready for bed now. I was going to say, quite a few of you. It is late, especially if you aren't currently in America, whether it be South America, North America, Central America. If you're over in Europe or any other continent, it is late for you. With that said, if you're way over on the other side of the world, maybe it's early Sunday for you, possibly. So, who knows? But yeah, lovely to see all of the percentages, all of the pages, the tasks accomplished, even with a nap. Fig, that's also great. But Katie, what did you get up to in that final sprint?
I was talking to my mom the whole time.
Nice.
She's getting married next year, and so we're plotting and planning and doing all this stuff. So, it's so funny. You should have seen me. I was like, I had walked away because I pace a lot when I'm on the phone. And then I was like, I looked and I was like, wait a minute, I've been talking to you for 55 minutes. I have to go. Because I was like, the sprint has to be almost over. I have to go.
Yeah, I'm like that too. I get my steps in. I just walk the length of my apartment back and forth. And I'm like, I wonder if this person thinks I'm out on a walk, when in reality, I'm walking, but I'm not out on a walk. It's just my apartment.
I just want to know why it almost seems like a very normal reaction to pace when you're on the phone, or when you're kind of is it just movement? Do you just need to be moving?
I think so. I think it'd be different if I was sitting and looking at the person, but since I don't have a person to look at, it feels weird to just be sedentary and then staring at nothing while I'm talking to the phone. I feel like at least I get to my eyes catch things, I pick things up, I put them down, things happen. So that is a good point, though. It's weird. I think that it probably has to do with you not having a person in front of you physically to look at, but maybe psychologists in the comments can let us know if there's a different reason for it. I love how people are confirming 1 a.m. in Germany. Yep, sounds about right. Early Sunday for Laura. Yeah, that's right, because you just joined and you were saying good morning to us. Oh no, for Ben, bad news, only read 8 pages. Good news, organized 15 folders. 8 pages is not bad news. What are you talking about? If you got to read for just a little bit, probably not as much as you'd like, but there we are. But honestly, if you're hungry, eat. That sounds like a great idea. Didn't make it for these sprints, but have a good night. That's okay, Blue Hollywood. We have them next month for June's weekend readathon event. And then also, obviously, I'll be sprinting for Escape the Readathon. So I'll be sprinting more publicly than usual. On top of the fact, Katie, our guest, again, most of you know who she is, I'm sure. But you sprint regularly. Do you have sprints tomorrow, potentially? That's what I thought.
I sprint, one could say almost too much, but apparently I don't know what to do on my own. So I'm like, sprints. Yeah, it's a lot.
When do yours start tomorrow? You can say it in CT and we can figure it out.
They start at 11 Eastern.
Oh, okay, great. 11 Eastern, perfect. So if people want to check them out, I'm sure they're already scheduled on your channel, so they can. And if you were here for the entire time and haven't refreshed, and YouTube didn't refresh it for you, Katie's is in her handle is in the description, so you can go there, click notify me, so that you can be aware for her sprints tomorrow. All that good stuff.
But yes, just so nobody panics, they are not scheduled yet. Lately, I've been really bad at scheduling. But my schedule is always the same. So I'm always sprinting on Mondays, on Fridays, and Sundays. So even if you don't see it, I will specifically say if there's no sprints. So,
well, I was going to say, because I'm usually you are way more ahead of the game than I am. And so you have your stuff sprinted, you're scheduled ahead of time. So I just figured they were, but that makes sense. Everyone, we've got our calendars.
But now in my thumbnails, I try to put the books that I'm reading, and seeing as how I never know what I'm reading anymore, it's like night before kind of stuff now.
Yeah, for sure. I'm in that too. I definitely have that mood where I'm like, I can't plan what I'm reading too far in advance either these days, but it was fun having a guest. Thank you for commenting on that. Yeah. Thanks so much for being my guinea pig, Katie. Thank you all, especially if you were there at the beginning as we were trying to figure things out. OBS plus guest plus 2 audios. What are we doing? But we figured it out pretty quickly, and it was nice to have a friend on screen. It's been a while since I've had a friend on screen as well. So
I'm honored. Listen, Leandra's one of the OGs. Okay, Leandra and I were roommates for a hot second. So
we certainly were.
I'm always happy to be a guest. You are always welcome, vice versa. Yeah.
Thanks, friend. Yeah, perfect. But yeah, thank you all so much. Let us know if you're going to be moving on over to Mel's channel, what you'll be accomplishing. If you've joined Escape the Readathon, what team are you on? So you can root for your engineers, yes. But, you know, if you're a botanist, an astronomer, a scientist, obviously you're all welcome. And Mel, I mean, a lot of you might be on Mel's team. And so she's going to want to see you repping her in the comments as well. But yeah, I feel that even though it's quite early, we might as well send you over. She doesn't start until the 30 mark. So 30 after the hour, half past. So you can even treat it as like a little mini sprint if you all want to. But yeah.
Stretch. Go stretch, grab a snack, get ready to hunker down for some more, because I think a lot of us forget, like, hey, when's the last time you stood up and moved around?
Oh, too true. So yeah, take a stretch, grab your snacks, because we also need to fuel our bodies if we're escaping those aliens.
True.
Because we know they're eating, so we better be eating too. Water? Have you been drinking water during these sprints? I don't know. It's a good question. I do see some engineers in the comments, which is really exciting. And then I see a botanist. Very welcome. Sunday here, South Australia. I was going to say good morning from Japan. Lovely. I figured that there were quite a few people who were able to have a good night's sleep, and then they just kind of joined our sprints when they woke up. Yeah, lovely to see. Go whatever team, free to float. Exactly. You can root for all the teams if you're someone who isn't really participating, or if you are and you're just happy to be a part of any team, then that sounds good too. But thank you all so much, and we'll be seeing you guys around the internet real soon. Bye, everybody.